Hey everyone. Alright, so Limbus Company. New side episode. So we're obviously doing that. I've had a couple of issues this morning with my computer, so I'm hoping that nothing happens to the stream, but can't really promise anything. Also, last time I played Limbus Company side episode, which was the Time Killing Time event, I forgot to play a couple of other cutscenes that
점심은 뭐 먹을까?
happened at some
건두부 볶음?
intervals.
마파두부? 아무튼 매콤하고 화끈한 게 좋단 말이지.
So I might do that first. I think I'm gonna need this. Also, I did not get a couple of the new egos that got. I never got Fell Bullet, and I never got Ryoshu's. Wow. And there's something else that I did. Oh yeah, also I didn't get W Corp Otis, but I should be able to still put it up with my usual guys. Anyway, what was I? All right, a couple of mini events that happened that I kind of missed. Wuthering Heights. Oh, I forgot this goes for a while. Wait a minute. Where is the... Right. Familiar Siren is the one for the... New Railway. And the third Walpurgis Night, I think I also didn't see. Risk level and classifications is before. The Fair Festival. I could have sworn I did see this on the stream. Oh no, because it's the one with a new mirror engine. So yeah, no, I did not see this, but now check that out now. Well, technically I did see this, but just not on stream. Whoa, how are these green lights still green? Another unexpected alarm, but we all react with measured astonishment, as we've all grown rather used to the randomness of it all. It is unlikely that it has completely evaded the influence of T-Corp singularity. However, it can be said that this partial retention of color can be attributed to the fact that Walpurgis Night is a transitory moment in which numerous possibilities coincide. Yeah, no, makes sense. Foss nonchalantly walking up to the driver's seat and shutting up the alarm. Lo! 'Tis returned this whatever night. Don Quixote and her eyes that began twinkling at the smallest bit of diversion after another long period of idle standby. It's all just become a part of the routine. Even mysterious things like these Walpurgis nights. Oh, an additional volatility, aside from the Walpurgis night, has been detected. An additional volatility? Indeed, the entrance to a new mirror dungeon has opened. Oh yeah, that. Heathcliff mutters quietly as he rises from his seat. I thought it was about time a new one popped up. Happens every time we go through the bloody winger. You're expecting to appear with the green flashes though. Heathcliff lightly struck the end of his club against the floor in visible anticipation. The word that was once engraved into his club has changed. A few days ago, I saw him sitting at the back of the bus, busily sanding and carving something into his club. I didn't have to ask to know what he meant by that new word, so I decided not to bring it up to anyone else. Only Heathcliff and I retained that memory, after all. And Damien.
Well, I was going mad from tedium. Come on, let's go bash some swords. Oh, nice.
I like seeing some initiative from the sinners, Miss Faust. Indeed, let us move without delay. Dante, bring us to the corridor, past the back door. Got it. Trying my best to shake out this odd, uncomfortable feeling that Heathcliff's newfound enthusiasm didn't come from off. As entirely optimistic, I led the sinners to the back door. Two types of doors at once, huh? Two new sets of doors, just as Faust had predicted. One set of doors was, as I expected, two metal doors, resonant with the sound of withering gusts, a new mirror dungeon. And the other set of doors was... Are these? Papers? It's all sparkly. It was an unfamiliar door, radiating with an odd gleam of light. Technically, we did see the weird radio frequency-like squiggly lines around the door before, but everything else about it was new. I guess none of this is connected to the Lobotomy Corporation like the last one did.
Weird. I think I'm hearing... Is that jazz? Boy, is this even a door? It's more like a window than a door, isn't it?
Right. This new entrance definitely resembled a large window rather than a door. The window was blurry, and all I could see past it were some gloves of shapes moving about. There appeared to be several shambling entities past the entrance. Faust seemed to have realized something, but she didn't tell us what it was. Instead, she merely looked in my direction without saying a word. I'm starting to get what she means by that look. I guess I'll have to get in there to see what this is all about, right, Faust? You're experiencing regular growth in capabilities. Faust considers this to be a positive development.
Yeah.
A field of green and a wall of tall, great trees appeared before us as we entered the door. But at this point, it'll take a bit more than this to surprise us. Sorry, I had to check something real quick. So nice to have our colors back for once, huh? Quiet. There is an abnormality. So these things were what we saw past the window earlier. We are yet to be discovered. I recommend that we prepare for combat manager. I didn't even need to tell the sinners what they were. It was pretty clear from the get-go that we'd been fighting an abnormality. The sinners all stood ready to charge into battle at my command. But it's a bit different this time. So, Faust, I'm starting to get the hang of this Walpurgisnacht thing, and please, do continue. I think there's something different about these abnormalities. Can you explain why? Considering the nature of abnormalities, every encounter with an abnormality will be equivalent to an encounter with a summoned entity. Nevertheless, there exists a certain degree of difference when we encounter them in a reflection railway or a mirror dungeon. That is to say, we enter a site known as the library, a building that inexplicably appeared above the former L-Corp headquarters. And this exact location is said to be a space that exists within a book in which the abnormality resides. The library? Where have I heard that term before? Some sinners talked about it, that's for sure. Right. Yet this space is fairly distant from the containment units we had witnessed afore at one of the branches. It appears as though an ideal habitat has been established precisely for that abnormality's residence. A rather striking difference from the very limited space and unaccommodating environment provided by the containment units. So the books are Pokeballs. Pokeballs. Fuck it. Yes, you may compare this place to a terrarium. the abnormality inhabiting this place has transformed its environs to a form most suitable for its dwelling. Here are some comparisons that may make it easier for one to comprehend. A fish will fill this space with water, and a worm will fill this space with soil. Gotcha, so as long as the abnormality exists within this book, it can deck this place out with whatever it fits its fancy, huh? It would be more accurate to say that an abnormality, once outside the confines of the Clyde deterrence, can rebuild its environment for its needs. Whoa, that's kinda like free housing, huh? That's when Don Quixote, who was standing rather far from the group, who was made aware of these revelations only after Meursault has relayed them to her. Book? Our journey hath brought us inside a book, thou sayest? The library of legend that vanished like a mirage for truth? Suddenly blew up with explosive enthusiasm once again. I will add a permeable in the future to prevent such outbursts. We've been detected, Executive Manager. Yeah, let's get this over with first. And then a fight happens, and then you all probably already fought that, but anyway. Fairy Festival, mini episode. Well, that was way harder than I expected. Actually, I remember it being pretty easy. Faust explains that we find ourselves in the library's past. We are participating in a certain repeated battle within the library. Its purpose was to attain something called realization of the floor of history. Yeah, sorry, I did not understand anything of what you said. Floor of history, huh? Are there other floors too? That appears to be the case, yes. It can be extrapolated from the collected intelligence that the library is, like some normal libraries, composed of several floors divided by subjects such as literature or religion. Doesn't sound too different from your average library, but that is not straightforward. Anything more you can tell us about the library, Faust? Something more detailed? Faust's voice carries an air of troubled uncertainty, and I'm starting to realize why. So you don't know about it yet, right? I see that you have intuited a certain degree of truth, Dante. I don't suppose there is any more reason for me to remain evasive regarding this particular subject. Faust let out a barely noticeable, but clearly shocked gasp before regaining her usual calm demeanor. Yes, I am yet to become a Faust who has access to that information. Yet to become? As your journey continues, I may also gradually gain recognition and access to further knowledge. One thing is certain, however, Faust regards this consistent, continuous improvement to be a positive development, Dante. I see. The longer my journey, the greater her knowledge, huh? Maybe that explains why she kept falling silent in the middle of her lectures. I have no idea how long this journey will last for, but who knows? Maybe we'll find ourselves at the library one day. With that, I return to the sinners, wondering about the scattered pages of the abnormality. And then the Valpurgis that thing happened, and then time killing time happened, and then the new mirror reflection railway opened. Right, I think we can conclude our consultation sessions here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I'd expected. So, are you writing that notebook there? Oh, this? I thought writing him down could come in handy later. Guess I have to remember something. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since this session started. It didn't seem like he was making full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine? Well, no, that's part of it. His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But I also notice that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey, records of memories he doesn't want to lose.
Well, there ain't nothing important. Right, if we're done here, I'm off.
Heathcliff takes his notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door. Hey, so Heathcliff lay in the room just now and thought it was my turn. That was pretty quick meeting, huh? Yeah, we don't really talk about much. I don't know what's got into him lately. He's been so tame. Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She didn't really seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... Hey, so I think there's something we have to talk about today. Yeah? Oh, you're so serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of the time-killing time, Rhodia? I don't know. What'd I say? Kind of a lot. Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. Starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there, looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment, when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Exclamation point. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. Not long after that, a brief buzz plays from the speaker installed in my room. Testing, announcing from the driver's seat, all units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP. I repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus. Driver's seat, Karen's seat.
Ah, stop pulling me! I'm in the process of relaying a very important announcement.
Stop getting in the way between Karen and my feet. Virgilio's deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus PA system before Karen and Otis brief squabble into an abrupt end. My, new backdoor thingy? That's what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see. I'm gonna guess this one's for a refraction railway. Not a fan of those railways. They're so exhausting. Rhodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question. I'm just standing around for it, Dante. Come on, ain't you gonna see what's going on? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia out the hallway. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas to what this alarm might be for. It's going to be the reflection railway this time, right?
Yep, I'm for it most likely.
Huh, it's gonna suck, isn't it?
Attention!
Executive manager has arrived. I have assembled your forces already in a timely manner.
Thanks.
Welcome, Dante.
I heard the radio. Is it a reflection railway this time?
Yes, the fourth line of the reflection railway, to be exact.
Hey, I think we're getting used to this.
WTHAWGI.
Whoa! 'Tis occurring at...
When the hell? It appears that she is requesting information pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway.
To be exact, I think she's asking when the hell are we going in?
Ryoshu, who had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Gregor and Yisan got half of that right too. The boss alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well.
Well, let's go check it out right now. Then I shall open the gates.
The door opens with a creak, and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambience almost seemed to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line, completely different from line 3 and its orange hue.
Manager Esquire, behold, those curtains, these masks. I say visions of a party lie before us, forsooth. Masks?
I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again. With my eyes, it was as she said. The walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here.
Ooh, over there, what and all? Here is a woman, her appearance a spitting image of Lady Otis. What?
There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was, with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis, standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious.
Whoa, she wasn't kidding.
I hope it isn't a lure left behind by an abnormality or something like that.
Oi, how about we don't tempt fate, lad?
But she's quiet, unlike Otis, and shrouded in a weird shadow. Not unlike Otis. Whoa, look! Here's one that looks just like me. Hung Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his hands, the shape raised his hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed his eyes. Right, almost like a shadow within the darkness and its mimicry.
Wait, that looks like one of Hong Lu's identities.
I noticed 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on?
Sorry about that. I just had breakfast. Would be much better if they were some byproduct of abnormality. However, if they are clones, we must move swiftly to exterminate them, Executive Manager. I request that you immediately order us to prepare for battle.
Give me a second, I gotta ask Foss first if...
No! You must make a judgment call right this instant. If they are indeed clones, then the head will...
This isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but... she's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Yi-sang noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us. Miss Faust, would you kindly share what you know of this phenomenon? Dee-be-dee-be. Yes, this entity is not a clone. Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. Faust nodded sagely as though she had just learned something new, before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a pecatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've grown used to sensing whenever we encounter the pecatula.
A pecatulum?
It's blindly mimicking whatever Hong Lu is doing. I'm not sure if it's much or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. Doesn't look like a one-to-one copy of him either.
About that, they can use egos.
Please be calm yourself, Miss Otis. It appears that Odd has unnerved you.
Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief. My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should not have acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of this moment seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis' expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud. I thought them Picatulas were supposed to look like monsters, innit?
Distortions and the Picatula must not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance.
But do you think we can handle them? Yeah. If they're going to storm us like they did on the manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Virgilius, that's going to be a problem.
Recall the railways of refraction we have suffered ere this one's arrival. It should not present us before us a foe we cannot defeat, yet the process shall be as grueling as it had always been, I suspect. Faust is aware that this entity is a Picatulum of envy, Picatulum invidiae. Considering the strength of the Picatula we have faced thus far, it is unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our ability to defeat. The lack of precise tired labeling system means that it's difficult for one to make a subjective judgment.
Speaking of which, what's the ETA on the new risk levels and classifications for the Picatula and distortions?
The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding that project. It's likely that further details will be shared once they become more concrete.
Ah, that's good to know.
Oops, looks like the Picatula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, a Picatulum that resembles Onglu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere.
What the hell, mate? And just sit there and gawk at him when they're all legging it?
Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away.
Oh, blimey.
A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of sinners.
Huh. That's a lot of them.
I think I recognize like 3 shadows that just look just like me. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the Picatulum to board the subway car. And the door shut behind him. I sense aught in the way of disquietude from this reflection railway.
Well, fellows, there's another one coming this way.
As soon as the subway train carrying the Picatula leaves the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks? I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged. How uninspired. Hey, I didn't notice it earlier because all the mess with the clones and everything, but doesn't that train look much more elaborate than what we've seen before? Right. It's adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train car door. Ah! That thing just rolled out a carpet for us. That's like something's inviting us in there. I ill like such a manner of invitation. I agreed with Isang. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's roll. I took my first steps into the carpet. And boarded the subway train. And then the refraction railway happens, which I'm sure you all must have done. And I did too, which was surprisingly easier for me than the previous ones. I even have the thingy here. Yippee! Anyway, and now to actually move on to the next episode. Actually, before that, let me try a couple of polls. See if I can get the fast. I can only try one.
but I might be able to try some later if I get more tickets from the rewards. Well, alright then. So I guess not now. Murder on the Warp Express. $6.516, first class. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P Corp. Got into our fancy first class, flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but Dante, please respond. There's... The first thing I saw when my vision returned was a perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which will only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but... What? What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. I'm not a fan of that intro. I feel like we could have just started from the beginning. Our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, which my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard thee. I am certain you heard me right, Don Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. That warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? There are distortion pop up at one of the warp platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs. But no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. There is nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful more often than not, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have a very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversational records between the manager at the identities that the mechanism behind warp train's operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh yeah, it's that 10-second trip that actually takes a really long time, right? And when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' memories? I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. Sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with mine own eyes. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners.
That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes shared with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the windows, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities. I don't really do. No, wait, I kind of do. I think I'm only missing 2. Never mind. So it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarm response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Faust, then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge of Faust is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it? The bus? What about the bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Karen vetoes too. No one need to feed Mephi when Karen's gone. No one to feed Mephi when Karen's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely transported. No, fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier. First-class passengers? What? The seats for these pompous stuffs? Even on normal trains you got those thoughts with proudest accomplishments in life as planting their asses in first-class seats. Others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first-class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first-class seat like as expensive as 3-4 months' salary for a first-year wing employee? Can our budget really handle paying for all affairs? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash freeze hibernation capsules to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for warp trains to travel from point A to point B. The trip will be over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort, such occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I just thought they were going to just leave the guide and Karen into the first-class seats and ship the rest of us in the economy cars. It seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisors access to these seats. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I know you'd also be worried about. For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car, if they can even attempt to open it. I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, gain our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze right through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I've heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when their finances were in the gutter, and... A true adventure is not without its hardships, yet even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very occasions, the hero may even deign to select the first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint indeed. It
seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. I will board the train if I must. Is first-class seating mandatory? I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. I bet you fucking would, you psycho. Virgilius pretended not to hear Ryoshi's question. Very well. Then I assume we are all in agreement. Let's go. I have a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with the lass? Been around the bush like that, ain't you? Ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is, in the first-class seats. I have heard tale that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth thou claim whole water? Ah, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? 'Tis no gossip. I have overheard aught from those we have walked past ere today, and when one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me, I've never been to one of these before either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Oi, you little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prithee grant me thy permission, and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated ripoff, but this time he responded in a somewhat serious, if tainted by that familiar annoyance tone. Fine, keep your shoes on. Okay, so Dawn has her shoes on. This might be an important clue. Keep it in mind. The Northern Fixer. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension, the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them? I've got none. Oi, know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Mersol with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective nest architectural idiosyncrasies. It can also be said that many critics in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Mersol like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Mersol, young Mersol! Lo! Is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population, while that individual's cloth-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South. They are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in loose-fitting outfits, understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for first-hand observation stands before you. Oh! Ah! 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew my eardrums! Oh, you want to talk? Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man! Get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who's never seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here from an expedition, only to lose my target, and now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? And the ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around. Holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding only thine outfit? Ooh, yes, yes. Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes, and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed. 'Tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. Yeah, I guess the city really is full of people with body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group.
Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination.
Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us?
No, there has to be a plot reason that I can't join you, so I can't just rescue you from every situation. Also, W Corp policy demands that those with the title of a color must board a train specifically prepared for them instead.
Ooh, are you like riding first class plus or something?
That's a color for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes.
Keron wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi will be lonely.
I already told you why you can't, Charon, on 3 separate occasions in which I brought you to these multi-flavored candies. Humans are not allowed to board the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust.
Yes? Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away.
Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance to our train car.
Oh damn! Whoa, hey, our colors are starting to come back. Ooh, ooh! Hey, this must be those fabled complimentary food and drink of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like this gotta be included with that insane pricing.
The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. Well, that's not a good follow-up question. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? Ah, a flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity in the process prevents damage to your cell walls during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Frost is aware that this modern model has fully resolved cell... Sorry about that. Fully resolved cell wall breaching issues caused by cryogenic density charge or by ice crystal growth of hydrogen molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Far is aware, if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem.
Oi, you've got some real talent dragging out something as simple as "yeah, it's safe" to so many words. Seriously.
Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Wait,
There was something odd about the way she phrased that. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying you could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There is certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said might not always align with the truth. Okay. Well, they don't call first class for nothing, I guess. Pickups way up there in the northmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! Prepare thyself, Rocinante! Thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash your shoes? Where'd that come from, Rhodia? No, I mean, think back to when we were inside the whale. When the whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us, and they were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. Do you remember how much work it took for us to clean our bloodied fish flesh gunk clothing? Yes, really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right? Do you remember how Don Quixote never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaps to the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well.
They never quiet down, do they?
Oh, have you been on one of these, Otis?
I've been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over.
Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question. Right. Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred in one of these first-class cars, yes? About that. In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains is not to be shared. Wait, what the Beep. Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is for warp train PW612, bound for P-Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car suddenly became a lot busier. Then let us hurry and enter our capsules before it's too late. Oh no. Why is this? The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Faust expertly guided me into the capsules as though she done something like this before. Then press a button inside the capsule that closes the hatch. Is that fucking Don Quixote? What the shit? He sang Faust. I can't recognize that one. From the hair, I would imagine Honglu. Maybe Rio? Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh, with the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule, opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by, we will meet again in but a moment. Dante, you must wake up, Dante. One thing I knew for sure was, an inconceivable situation has occurred.
something had seriously gone wrong. Disappearing passengers. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Foz was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension, coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, it's had to be part of us' plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure that she's about to proudly tell me that every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. This is only just a part of the plan, right, Faust? I was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? Man, it really happened in the blink of a... No. Oh, what's this? We're here already? For real? It really happened in the blink of a... No. Whoa, we're here already? I guess I was really worrying over not... No. Oh, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long-loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Well, let me get this right. This train is still running, and we drift into some unknown dimension. Oh, what about to have striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew that this would happen fast? Yes. What? What the hell's wrong with you, huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust had Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. Are you insane? It's not like we can just retreat or jump out the door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door would result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fa, at least you know that what... At least you know what to do like you always do. You got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had never seen at a loss for words, was having oddly long instances of silence. What's up with her? That looks like totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication is harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? Just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. And I doubt Faust has any ill intent in waking us up in the middle of the trip. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down, then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it, and in a way that we can understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it.
Fine. Suppose losing my rag rarely ever did anything.
Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. Because of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp got wind of Limbus Company recent distortion contract management promotions and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp based on the available information. It can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was the passengers were disappearing.
Passengers? Spirited away? Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not?
That is a question for which must discover the precise cause and effect of.
Did W Corp share anything to get us started?
That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with a W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete for the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning.
All these bloody wings. Every single one of them has been absolute barmy.
I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish this puzzle without all the important pieces. At least T-Corp, their chief executive director, tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh.
I would appreciate it if you at least gave us a hint.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? Actually, I have my theories about that. I feel like Faust is not Faust. I'm not sure if I've said this before, but I think she's like a proxy of the real Faust. Not like an index proxy, just like someone to send on the behalf of Faust. That is... Not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. That's an undeniable truth that Faust had disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust, after all. Sure, he has some backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it looks like we gotta run away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? I recommend that you lower your voice from this point onward, Dante.
Why are we whispering? Wait, can I whisper? Don't I talk directly into your mind? can I just choose to talk directly to yours and not into everyone else's?
Her secretive attitude only served to exacerbate my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Gesellschaft, Fast, has been severed. I'm sorry, what? I lost internet connection, Dante. I cannot access Fast knowledge at the moment. Well, I guess I was absolutely right to be anxious. So yeah, my theory is that the real Faust is somewhere probably within Limbus Company. And... Wait, I'm stretching. And she's like remote controlling the Faust that we're using in some way. But they've lost connection with the Faust that we're using because of the warp train. It's in a different dimension. Sorry. My shoulder and my shoulder is still a bit fucked up, and now it's going all the way down to my elbow, so that's fun. Anyway, let's see if this is just a crackpot theory. Inaccessible combat encounter. Wait, don't I get a team? Right, I don't have you upgraded. But I think if I just
제 차례인가요?
put the ego on you, like if I put the ego and the identity, does that increase? Yes, it does. I keep it in mind for later, but I don't really want to upgrade that identity right now. I have no wrath.
자, 불 뜯을 시간이다.
Oh, I can deploy backup.
투입이군요.
수금할 시간이야.
준비되었어요.
Pretty appropriate for Mulder Otis to be on the warp train.
응, 금방 가지.
망설임 없이.
응.
망설임 없이.
That should be fine.
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to fast input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh! What if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment, I am limited to operating only within my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of the disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this. Or, even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension might not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If that is not the case, then no, never mind. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright, for now. No, that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Foss told me not to worry too much. Okay, it's just a minor setback, nothing we can't beat, right? We've got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Foss did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge by clock, clock, and the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But it seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension.
What, so we reckon this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all going to bite it once it opens? Yeah, how many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down?
A billion years in this box.
Yeah, good idea. So, what now? We have to take a searching sweep around each car or something?
In the grand scheme of things, yes. Foss cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days.
3 days, huh?
It feels like I just blinked, and I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars.
What would they thrash the shade out of one another? Turn their limbs off? All that mess?
No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Wait, how long did it took the warp train in the Library of Ruina to go bananas? I'm pretty sure it was also surprisingly short. Or was it in like a week? I don't remember exactly. Precisely. In my opinion, it is.
Oh, hold that thought for but a moment.
Just as Foss was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
Does that hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping. Forsooth, someone is busting it down. Past this gate must be.
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression on half curious and half horror appears on her face.
It is possible that there must be. Lady Faust?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed their eyes briefly in thought. Please, step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
Whoa, hang on a minute. You're going to open the door?
I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. That there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations.
Huh? My suggestion? Well, I ain't gonna disagree with you there, but what's gotten into you, lass?
After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? After a brief mechanical beep, hideous creature suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Alright. Craving blood-backed passenger. Coagulated arm, inflicts bleed. Hard blood, Jack. Collecting blood. Target has bleed, deal bonus damage. Absorb up to 10 bleed potency from the target and heal. Counter. +1 for every 3 bleed count on self, up to 2. Blood coagulation. Gain +1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Consume 3 bleed count on self to gain 1 coagulated blood. Gain offense level and defense level equal to value up to 5. Prioritizes targets with bleed. On turn end, if this unit failed to deal any damage this turn, gain 2 fragile and 2 offense level. Blood sucking. Take 10% less damage from bleed, round it down. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 10% of the damage dealt. Alright. I think a couple of you have bleed, so this might be an issue. Oh, it's one of these. I thought it was focus fight.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
피어나라.
Also, what are you weak to? Weak to blunt, resistant to lust. Alright.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Ah, they're weak to blunt because you can't really sever them. I suppose. That tracks. And Pierce wouldn't really do a lot.
두렵지만 효과적이네요. 이 방식을
Smashing
기억하는 게
them.
좋겠어요.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
지금은 두렵지 않아요. 벌써 끝났다는 거.
다시 못 살게 그들어져. 너무 쉽군요. 씹는 맛이 있는데?
차 안을 부탁해요. 두렵진 않네요.
Lady Fast. However similar in appearance they might have been to the passengers. Verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense. Like people politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last minute before raising her weapon to fight them. She hangs her head mournfully. Normally, Foz would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Foz began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust right now. Don Quixote, they are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not?
Oh! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether their body to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on, like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than usually does. Hey, what I say, we got this. Eh, what's that about? Nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time is ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Yisan grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read on her. That was an unmistakable look of regret, no matter how short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding the suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Yisang. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, Yisang sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in an easier language now that we're talking about it anyway?
Ah, gladly, if you will allow me. Yisang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train.
And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity?
Ah, to elaborate.
Ah, verily, 'tis one heart's beat still.
Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train, existence in continuance of moratorium. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life.
I ill understood what had been said here, yet they are not dead all the same.
If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession of W Corp cleanout agent has become to be.
I see. Because some will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. That's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. Whew, that is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked on me that Faust was, though in some effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that. Dante. What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right?
Indeed, I intend to collect further intelligence.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you.
Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunk of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities?
Oh yeah, I actually want to ask you about that.
They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of the sensation. The gnomes? The gnomes weren't abnormalities or distortions. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Picatula. If I had to lean one way or another, I say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. Is it difficult to be certain at the moment? Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. I feel like I should apologize for that. There's no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to deduce something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Whew, finally, the awakening has begun. Ah, freaking Ryoshi.
어디에서나 파우스트는 우수했어요.
She sure has. Alright. Yeah, 54. And I already got a couple of tickets from the mirror dungeon I did last night. But if I got a couple more, I should have enough to try another pull. Alright. Fuck. Unless... Nope, never mind. Just freak me, I suppose. Multi-crack office. Hold on, I gotta drink some water. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors? Ah, passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived to... Faust? Whoa, whoa. Don't come any closer. Who the hell are you? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right, now you gave me any warning before you practically kicked the door open. Would you mind moving that sword over our faces? It's a bit disconcerting. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect the civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? I thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you wanna see what this old-timer's got left on him? Aha! Thou art from the north, verily? Thy garb is that of the northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyway, looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, aren't first class seats supposed to be... Well, why didn't you just say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha.
multi-crack office rep.
With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha?
No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but geez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. It stinks of some shitty bullshit if you ask me.
You can feel all that, even in a prosthetic body?
Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby? Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal. So I made sure to get high quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy.
Hasn't something else of note has also occurred?
You bet your ass that something else would not go down. How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. Broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep them swinging if you want to sync up the other part. If you want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. I haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and all the civilians to this vacant car.
3,201 red colors. 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well.
But of course, it's expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past these cars and you see what the hell on earth that really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way into the front of the train. So if you ask me, I'd wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here. I see. That's all I can tell you about the situation. So, what's your story? Why'd you rich first class folks decide to suddenly grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first class cars. So what's your business down here?
W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are,
Fixers!
indeed, fixers. Faust wore a look of reluctant compliance as she affirmed Don Quixote's declaration.
Huh. I got every single one of you at first class ticket. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second, so W Corp already knew that this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you.
As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city.
Ah, non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. Wouldn't want to deal with those Ovi boys either. Anyways, still gonna have to ask proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp.
This is a master keycard given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master keycard from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp.
A keycard? So you use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see. W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh?
Yes. The fixer finally got out of her way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed towards the opposite door.
Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap, if you guys are really that good. Lots of luck to you all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with the protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocent in my stead. What the fuck?
Big sis,
Are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the cars behind us? Oh! Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Mm-hmm. Aye, forsooth! Whoa, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth once again! Thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Whoa, I want to be a fixer too, just like. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and. Mwaha! Worry not thyself, 'tis of no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire.
It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that child's survival.
What the fuck you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. Just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. You doing something or what?
I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what you just said.
Don't you know? Didn't know you could be like that, Faust.
Be like, what?
You knew there was no way the fixer was actually there to protect them out of pure goodwill. But you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway. Am I right?
Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again.
I saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but he's been especially bouncy today.
Eyes.
Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
I have one last thing to inquire.
That'll be 30k per inquiry.
That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp?
Oh, whoa, you serious? Well, then let me hear it.
Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red by any chance?
Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. It was very hectic. It was a pretty hectic battle in a narrow hallway, so I didn't have the wherewithal to get a good look at their eyes. Is it something important? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there has got red eyes. Oh, you there. The lady with the big sword's also got red eyes. What, is someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something?
No. Well, it was a question of no significance.
Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car.
Good.
I cannot whistle. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Rio would know about that. A screen of hell, if you will. Painting of hell.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
Let's roll.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
Aggressive bloodback passenger. Violent bloodback passenger. Bleed, bleed. Appears to be pretty much the same. These are pretty much the same. These are the same. Why do they have different names?
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Alright, I also forgot to change something at one.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
피어나라.
다음을 부탁해요.
개체의 상태가 좋지 않아 보여. 이 틈을 파고들어서 완벽하게 제압시켜보자. 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
흐드러졌구려.
지금이 기회인 것 같소!
두렵지만 해요.
우리가 우세를 점하고 있어.
Alright.
하지만 여기서 방심하면 안 돼. 지휘팀이라면 완벽하고 빈틈없이
지금은
모든 걸
두렵지 않아요.
끝마쳐야 하지 않겠어?
두렵지만
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
근육이 신나서 날뛰는 건 더 해치울 거 없어? 난 이제 시작인데.
Alright. Can I get some more tickets, please? 3. How many do I have? I'll just wait until I have all of them. Income 2. I want to change your electric streaming. Alright.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소!
최선을 다해보지. 아이, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
피어나라.
핫차!
Okay. Sorry. I clicked away from it.
피워보지.
God dang it, Vic.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
다음을 부탁해요.
벌써 끝나가는 거.
방금 건 제대로 한 건 했어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
다음을 부탁해요.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
God dang it, Honolulu.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요. 효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
피워보지. 다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
어디요?
참, 이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
내 앞을 막을
Fuck 'em up.
자는 없어.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
그들어졌고요.
기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
헛! 맘.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼
날
관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
God dang it, Don.
유효타
Alright.
좋아.
Still,
다음은
good.
어디요?
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
재밌네요.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 다음은 어디요?
Ooh. Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a ton of room to move around in takes more energy than you might think. Especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't more charted than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that the sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are those things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped about? Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you? Giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust didn't confirm or deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. There were some things I learned from fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. It is apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right. That's strange though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard the strains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offensives were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smell blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has all been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What do you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon this subject as a tangent while pursuing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train. And while that will be a useful element in resolving the situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it comes to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said without absolute certainty at the moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Foss turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beat up the crap out of whatever is in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract and provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is of high likelihood that the entity behind the incidents of this train, and by extension every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. What the moog?
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Blood fiends.
슈트가 실시.
Wait, a blood fiend? What? A blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of the wings is that? Huh. You of all people haven't heard about blood fiends? Thought you were a team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let a magazine article slip from my memory? Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though every word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children in the night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Ah, vampires. Ooh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard the fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I have been brief on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer, and I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the fingers. The things that blood fiend commanded weren't like these rubber textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with a vandal like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners may have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are drag-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though a reserve of intelligence regarding the warp trains, or W Corp, is vast if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable to the equation allows for a formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? Wait a minute, what if they're just drinking them? Or if they're just completely liquefying someone and then just straight up drinking them? Ugh. A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved? No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe the damages may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. Ugh. However, as the passenger's collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed.
If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together with the vein-like things connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims. And it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing where we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then, it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process that is isolated from their biological processes, such as digestion, from other biological processes, such as digestion. What? I ain't following half of that. You exist in moratoria of a time at the present moment, Heathcliff, yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alternation, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passenger's will to persist, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence, even amidst the seized time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Ah, gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. There is no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Isang was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that the blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they... That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yisang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out. And that's something Faust and I both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment would have been the first ones to be turned. Ah, that's why the other person from the multi-crack office asked if we were bitten. I see. Indeed. Yeah, sorry, I was drinking some more water. That was a long bunch of text. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train. Indeed, if we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well, I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace upon the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante? It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood among them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Okay. Wait a minute, is that a fucking W corp employee? Feral bloodbath cleanup agent. Gains charge. Consume more charge and consume to gain +2 coin power. So that's going to be a 12, 17. Alright, not as powerful as mine, but still pretty. Ah, power leakage. When hit, if the attacker uses a skill that gains charge, the attacker steals 1 charge count from this unit. Oh. So if I hit you with my W Corps IDs, they get charge. Does not activate if the unit does not have charge. Self-inflicted damage due to this unit's skills does not reduce this unit's HP under 1. I see.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Ow.
피어나라.
나만 믿고 다들 집중해줘. 도움이 될 수 있을 거야.
피워보지.
날 뛰어보라고.
효과적이네요.
Alright,
이 방식을
Heathcliff can
기억하는
also
게
steal the
좋겠어요.
charge.
벌써 끝나가는군.
깡총.
두렵진 않네요.
날 뛰어보라고.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Very nice.
밀어붙이려면 지금이야. 승리가 눈앞에 있거든. 본장은 사양이다.
다시 못살게
유효타
구는
좋아.
없을
계속
것이오.
집중하지.
Okay. Oh, second wave. Oh, no, it's the first wave. I just killed 2 out of the 6. Okay.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
I don't know why I thought I already killed more.
벌써 끝나가는군.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
두렵지만
방금 했던 공격은 매우 효과적이었어. 하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록.
맘.
Well, that was a waste.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면
맛있는데?
좋을 텐데.
There we go.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
날 뛰어보라고.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는
좋아.
것이 증명되는 것
방금은
같아
전략의 승리야. 계속
다행이군요.
밀어붙이자.
다음은 어디요?
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Wait, what? Ow! I don't know why I still thought that those were tickets. Anyway, I should have enough to try this one more time. Let's go. Fuck! Unless. Nope, never mind. Well, I guess I'm just not getting it.
점심은 뭐 먹을까?
Yeah, no, those were all my tickets. Well, I could still try some with lunacy later. The cleanup agent.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠? 운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Hungry and Buffy agent. Appears to be pretty much the same.
피워보지. 피어나라.
벌써 끝나간 거.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
피워보지.
두렵진 않네요.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
다시 못 살게 힘은 없을 것이.
재밌네요. 더 날 뛰어보라고.
다음은 어디요? 내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
맘.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가 보자.
이런.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 다음은 어디요? 자, 다음은 어디요?
There's a weird noise that happens when Dawn and Rio use their abilities. I don't know what that is for.
깡총.
너무 쉽군요.
Okay. Also, something that was on my mind that just slipped my mind to mention is that apparently Foz was reading about Bloodfiends, aka vampires, in preparation for our next destination. So there's gonna be a vampire at P Corp as part of Dawn's story. Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow, he lives still. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters! Hey man, we're not those monsters, you alright? Huh? That arm. You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into something bug-like monster. Ugh. What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze towards the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. Suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster or prosthetic or whatnot. It is possible that you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Ah, a prosthetic. That's a relief. I thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up and I have no choice but to hide in here. So, what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? Huh? You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would wander willingly aboard this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in the car over there and... This cannot be! Faust! Is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to the information is prohibited at this moment as well. I thought her voice and expression were both as serene as... Though her voice and expression was serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omnipresent omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for us. I was starting to realize that I'm pretty sure that's mistranslated, but anyway. Don't have the means to consider and make my own decisions at moments like this. No. Maybe I was too reliant on everyone else. If, when the time comes for them to rely on me, when they can no longer function as they usually do for whatever reason, can I really manage them well? Lead them to the right answers? Doubt colored with fear begins to rise like a dark plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. Can make good use of this space. The wall behind what had initially appeared to be folding chair for employees spun open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends. That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first class car, but why would that thing be here? The cleanup agents leapt into the pod that appeared in the wall. Whew, finally. What is that thou seeketh to do? W Court prepares small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then, huh? Well, good luck with the rest of the mission then. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and the wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Sorry for the background noises, I'm just getting myself some coffee from a place that I ordered and it comes in a fucking bag. It's like, there's a small cup that's in a bag, but the cup is closed, and then you open the cup, and inside the cup, there's another bag that's filled with the coffee. So I had to open the cup, untie the bag, and then pour the coffee from the bag into the cup. It's fucking bananas. Alright, I don't have any more tickets. Unless, the fuck is this? More than the Warp Express special. Oh, right, it's the banner. I guess Heath for 500. Next car.
순수했던 나날로
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Alright.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
피어나라.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
다음 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
너무 쉽군요.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Wait, is he not gonna do it again? Ah, there he goes.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Alright. Should be able to fuck him up.
피워보지.
Is he gonna do the sound thing?
적에게
Yep.
치명상을 입혔군요.
Is that just like a
관리자님은 당신이
cool sound
생각하는
effect that they're doing?
것보다
Or-
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고
이라.
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
날 뛰어보라고.
Alright.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
날 뛰어보라고.
단테님 봤어요?
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여나갔어. 괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이 기세로 계속 나아가보자.
지금은 두렵지 않아요.
맘.
Ma'am?
단테님 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요. 그들어졌구려. 다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Alright. One more temple. Come on. Come on. Fuck! Unless. Let's go! What should we do?
그대께서 새로운 영감을 불러와 주시겠는가?
Ah, pointless Isaac!
그렇다면
Okay, that's also really good.
흥미가 생기진 않네만.
Very nice.
이 계획에는 다수의 결함이 존재합니다만
Hey, let's go.
이 학점 투성이 계획을 완전 무결하게 만들어드리죠.
On my last tempo. Very good bow. Alright, I should probably use that. Let's see. Would you kindle the blank within me anew? And while there are numerous deficiencies to this blank, it will be honed into perfection. Inspiration. Plan. You know what? I may not be the best, but I do aim to please. Okay. level you up later. Now I kinda need this.
의뢰 목표를 처리했습니다. 이번 원정 의뢰도 철저히 준비한 보람이 있군요.
Yep, it's basically Sasha. Wait, that was her name, right? Several noises are present at the child's desk. Sounds of fingertips tapping on a keyboard and a pen. And a pen tip scratching against the paper among them. A fixer, armed with prosthetics, nervously approached the child and presented a set of documents before her. The child took them with one hand, barely paying attention to the fixer. Your budget proposal has been reviewed, but several points of necessary adjustments have also been identified.
Yes, ma'am.
The fixer shuddered a little, dreading her next words. While this child was generally of gentle disposition, she was very strict when it came to documents and numbers. It barely mattered how many times the office employees reviewed, proofread, and meticulously checked every little detail in the reports for typos and miscalculations. They could never stand proudly in front of this perfectionist child as they presented their reports to her. Just as the fixer had dreaded, the child stops and loads up a numerous data graphics on her monitor even before moving past the first few pages of the document. It feels necessary to note that the purposes of this contract expedition extend beyond the contract itself. A part of it is to expand the office partnership via business meetings with T-Corp, and the other is to attend Inventors Conference to establish partnerships with new trading workshops.
Yeah, actually, I did take that part into account when setting up our budget. I made sure to prepare more than enough funds to...
It appears that each participant in this expedition is universally assigned a 24-hour day budget. However, each participant must be assigned hours specifically tailored toward their roles in its expedition. Please note that we will be meeting with workshops of varying wealth brackets, some located within Nest and some located within backstreets.
Oh.
Research the average daily hours for T-Corp, upper class, and backstreets inventors. Oh, and you have neglected to include a list of workshops that the office seeks to visit. Fixer froze in place. If it weren't for his prosthetic eye, he would have been constantly squeezing his eyes shut, cringing at each pointed criticism she made. Most of the office contracts have been with P-Corp, so your ignorance of T-Corp's idiosyncrasies is understandable and expected. What is impressive is vast knowledge, which lies far beyond any average metric. The child briefly glances at the fixer before saying some very unreassuring words of reassurance. She has also pointed to a part of the document before complimenting his work. It was her own way of giving him a carrot after the series of sticks she just delivered. Using the warp train is an acceptable suggestion. However, set apart a week for our schedule and contact the 7 Association to conduct on-site surveys. Do not forget to verify that information yourself, of course. Just as the fixer was about to respond, she motioned him to stop. After a long contemplation, she began. Expand the warp train budget.
Ma'am, that budget is more than enough. W Corp is running a promotion for economy class tickets, so...
That would normally be the case indeed. However, the child gazes into the air for a moment before closing her eyes to think. She does that often when she's trying to understand something that's not so easily understood. I may be traveling in a first-class seat instead.
Seriously?
The fixer raised all 4 of his hands, surprised by her request. The child looked away from the documents at the fixer's overreaction. She glared at him, her eyebrows lowered, with a look of perplexed disdain. Is there a problem with that?
No, it's just unexpected. I just thought you would consider a first-class seat a waste of money. Like, what's the use of all that luxury and the immense budget if you only get to enjoy it for 10 seconds? That's horribly inefficient.
On that, I do agree. However... Oh well, it is how it is. I do not quite understand what the Gesellschaft is thinking.
Shaft? Are you feeling shafted by something, boss?
No, it's nothing. In any case, update the proposal as per my request and place it on the desk by tomorrow morning. If you believe that is too much workload for you to handle within a day, wake up Mr. Heathcliff from his workday nap and ask him to assist you in proofreading the document.
Hey, Heathcliff, wake up! Yeah, what?
Now please tell him to get himself a cup of coffee or any substance of the like from the break room.
Yes, ma'am.
As the fixer dragged his sleepy child to the break room, this child rose from her seat and slowly walked to the windows. Past the full glass window is a view of numerous tall buildings emblematic of the northern architecture. On the streets are people, so far and so small, almost like ants, ant-like in the child's eyes, busily walking through their daily lives. The child sips on her cup of coffee as she reviews the adjusted plan, taking in the view, so that she could perfect the plan even further using Faust's knowledge. The meticulously crafted plan began playing off almost as soon as the contract began in earnest.
How's that arm still intact? Hit him with the explosives!
We have been informed that the T-Corp backstreet syndicates often make use of inventions of more explosive variety. Model 40Y3, specifically crafted to withstand high levels of heat and shock, was indeed a good choice of gear for this contract. The child's prosthetic eye had already finished mapping out the interiors of the dark warehouse. Just as she identified the trajectory of the bomb and where it flew from, she rushed forward and casually swung the two greatswords attached to her prosthetic arms. And in a slash, their supposed leader's head was separated from his body. The henchmen began charging towards her and the prosthetic fixers with swords and spears, but it was all a useless struggle. Whenever they managed to break their arms, the fixer would simply replace them with new ones. Let us move a little faster. We have a business meeting scheduled in 2 hours. It wasn't long before every single one of the syndicate's henchmen were on the ground. However, the child did not even spare a moment to celebrate, and instead walked towards one of the doors of a massive warehouse that the syndicate was guarding. A lamp that returns colors. I have never seen one this bright and large. Now the impressive magnitude of the contract's sum seems more reasonable. Just as soon as the door swings open, the sepia-toned room immediately begins filling with brilliantly varied colors. The spectacular scene was enough to catch the attention of the other fixers as well, who were finishing the remaining syndicate henchmen.
This thing's massive. I don't know if we have enough collective horsepower to, you know. Oi, boss lady. We really have to deliver this ourselves?
Of course not. The Deviate Association has been already contracted and informed that we would like for them to deliver this item to our client.
When the hell did you? Never mind. This cover wasn't as exciting as I thought it'd be.
Right? I thought we'd struggle because we're all out of our elements here at T-Corp Backstreet. A grin of nigh unnoticeable slight arc appeared on her lips as she proudly crossed her arms together. The office fixer's response was that of unmitigated respect. This can all be attributed to Faust's meticulous and flawless plan that eliminates all uncertainties and variables. And your contributions were also of some help, however minuscule they may have been. She did not forget to impart a few words of encouragement, fashioned in her very own unique way of delivering them. Can I not? Nope, don't have enough thread. Alright. It is a very powerful upgrade, but this should be enough. Let's see. Wait, have they still not done the thing where they change these? Are they not going to do that again anymore? I should still be able to do it with ease. did I want? All right, hit good. Now, next car, 2. All right, you're good. And I mean, I haven't had to use fluid sac. Gain 5 charge. While this unit has charge, deal bonus damage per charge. Skill spend 2 charge. No, wait. Skill spend minus 2 charge. Oh, so that might actually be helpful. Alright.
잠깐만, 천천히.
Alright.
오늘도 즐거운 하루의
계획을
시작이네.
잊으셨나요?
그렇지?
Let's crack this thing.
잠시만, 볼륨 좀
Consume 5
확인해볼게.
charge to gain
대답
power.
소리가
On
잘
hit, gain
들리지
charge.
않아서.
Consume 2. Alright, I need 10 charge to increase coin power plus 1. 2 charge, coin power plus 2, gain charge. Okay. And when charged every time this unit consumes 10 cumulative charge count this encounter. 2 plus charge deal more charge. Deal more damage based on charge. On kill, gain charge equal to charge. There's a lot of charge going on.
공격범위 확인. 출력 최대치.
효과적인
That's a slightly higher
이 방식을
pitch
기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
voice than I would expect it from Frost.
방금의 물리적인 공격은 적절하지 못했습니다. 개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을 바라시는지는 미처 몰랐군요.
Alright, so you're at 3. I don't think this should consume your charge if it's not at 5. But I could just block. I don't quite like that.
내 앞을 막을
Not sure how
자는
that's
없어.
gonna work out, but fuck it.
날 뛰어보라고.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
He got staggered anyway.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해 보았을지도 모르겠네요.
That's going to spend your charge.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
흐드러졌구려.
Wait, that was a multi-crack fixer.
없을 것이요.
But bloody.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
효율적으로
Damn. Alright, also didn't check it.
이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요, 관리자님.
Blood Rag Prosthetic Fixer. 10 plus charge, consume 5. Up, level up. Minus 5 charge, gain 5 charge, 3 bleed and 1 fragile. At 10 plus charge, 5 charge, and gain 3 of its level up. Consume to gain charge. Inflicts bleed. Paralyze. If the attacker is a skill that gains charge, the attacker steals 1 charge. Self-inflicted damage does not reduce HP. Blood to brain. 30% less damage from bleed. And if the target has bleed, heal 15% damage dealt. Less than 5 charge, gain 1 attack power down. At 5 plus, gain 2 clash power up. Let's see.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
다음은 어디요? 방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
맘.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요. 공격 범위 확인.
흐드러졌구려. 다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요. 효율적인
다시
결과를
못
위해서
살게 구는 일은 없을
이쯤에서
것이오.
관리자님이 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
개화하였구려. 이 순간을 어딘가에 담고 싶군.
Prosthetic Fixers.
별일 수 있는 기회겠죠?
최선을 다해보지. 아이씨, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Alright, this is getting tough.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
Okay. Also, what are your
계획을
damage types?
잊으셨나요?
Slash and blunt.
공격 범위 확인.
Very nice.
씹는 맛이 있는데?
Okay, so it does expend the charge.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
왜?
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 재밌네요.
Ow.
효율적으로. 출력 최대치.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 저 부표처럼 흔들리는
That's how I get her to
제
10
1
charge.
사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을
좋다. 시와 계속 집중하지.
다음은 어디요?
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
맘.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다.
Wait, are they also getting reinforcements?
조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸
Because I could have
시도해보았을지도
sworn there weren't any
모르겠네요.
more than 6. Because it looks like I've killed 2 already, and I don't remember there being 8 of them.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
처리했습니다. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
흐드러졌구려.
Ow.
맘.
Nice.
개체들의 체력이 많이 깎여 나갔어.
Not so nice.
괴로워하는 게 느껴지지 않아? 이
Also not
기세로
nice.
계속 나아가 보자.
벌써 끝나가는 거.
단테님 봤어요?
직원 중 하나의 생체 반응이 사라졌습니다. 앞으로 관리자님이 겪게
Wait,
될
did someone
사소한
fucking
것 중
die?
하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을
Oh,
때부터
Dawn died.
각오하던 일이죠.
How?
피워보지.
맘.
처리했습니다.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이. 너무 쉽군요.
Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
Huh? What's this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Did you just fucking stumble across it? It wasn't even hidden? Ah, 'tis the emblem of T-Corp. It appears that it was broken in the fierceness of our battle. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It's often the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations, such as our own Limbus Company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure's got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject, as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that the shrink car was boarded by several prosthetic equipment fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform, remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on one expedition. Look, sounds like they're all wearing this standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I had read articles stating that certain officers do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, he's... We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack, as though he saw something awful. Fee! He is the one we encountered at the platform. This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, he had something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract? As calling it an expedition was no exaggeration. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance? A strategy indeed. It is a strategy of all time. Makes sense. That will explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager, this is likely an aftermath of a battle between fixers and the bloodbags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed because they consider them to be disposable, as long as there was cash remaining in their wallets. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are more than a single possible interpretation for the same scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often made it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answers Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You're right, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unarmed, yet... Yes, I'm alright. However, I do not enjoy the circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere, while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. Ah, I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after another, or the black rootless lake, in desperate hopes that one might post something we could eat. No way to tell where we are. No way to tell if there's even anything to eat under the glassy water surface. Grasping at straws, you know. This sense I find mired in is not unlike your own. It is like laying my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon mine eyes, and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. It seems that the first part of the sentence was well heard by Ishmael and Yisang. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but you feel different from your usual self, somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side. Thus unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how strong could it be if its fathers out this week? There's so many of them, we practically smashed through the entire horde. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that the being capable of commanding a forces as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that requires a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, blood bags are like mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lower morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make formidable foes. The Sinders each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Bloodfiend's strength. All of a sudden, fie on this indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the Bloodfiend to complete our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the final car of this train. But is it the final car? I would not be surprised if we had to end up
계획보다 더 일찍
getting into the
의뢰를 완수했네요. 저와 파우스트의 뛰어난 능력
Cargo
덕분이지만
train.
여러분의 노력도 나쁘지 않았어요.
Why am I forgetting the word for the cargo train? There's a specific word. How much do I have? Oh, I can afford it. Good.
이야, 시간 한번 더럽게 잘 가네.
Yep, I remember feeling like that at work. I am not. Alright, 100% sure if I want to level up Heathcliff. I'll just keep going like this. The one who lords. Oh. Wait, is this a dungeon? Oh no, it's just a repeatable battle. Okay. I guess it's just a boss fight. I kinda wanna reorganize some stuff. Because I currently have no healing.
망설임 없이
Alright, I need to
조심.
출발합니다.
준비는
제 촉지만 제 차례인가요?
And I would like to take someone who can heal. Problem is that none of the people that I have that can heal have wrath. Unless... Fire Yoshi also has wrath. I mean... Rodian. Right, also you. Which has wrath. For the soul, 16. Four, 12, 15. Then you see this hit that attacker gains charge equal to the value. If the attacker has 5 charge count, they gain 3 additional charge count. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like the thing from Gregor's ID. Here you go. Eh.
잠깐만.
You for healing?
투입이군요.
출발인가?
자, 풀 뜯을 시간이다.
응.
망설임 없이
싱싱한 풀이 보이네.
This room? What? Wait. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince, where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the cause of this outbreak, the blood fiend we must defeat. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. You may call me Cassetti, sixth kindred, kindred of the sixth generation, the rightful prince in refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet, for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Do you not even know the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask. Won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There is no prince without the mask. We are so ugly behind the mask. We all decided hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask to your face skin? Not a half bad job. Of course it's excellent. Ah, because this mask was crafted by none other than the great, the eminent, the barber himself, whose name I dare not even speak. But it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Ah! That's as good as I'm gonna do it. Yes, I am the prince, that's what I am.
Seems a bloody loon in it. Alright, done with the giggles then. And ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bowing and sniveling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead. The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around. There, my throat. There are 13 of us and only one of you.
Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers into the strain into his blood bags.
I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we?
Couldn't even keep count.
Oh, no, no. But the count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. And I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the bloodbags present themselves before me. There is no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebear kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I have made it. I am not giving it away.
This is rather curious. It appears that this Bloodfiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of this insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then what he meant by how the bloodbags present themselves before him has to be...
Hold on a minute. Yeah!
A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassidy shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face.
Ah, it is thee! By the... Hast thou truly joined here to assist us on our quest? Though that villain is the Bloodfiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train.
Bloodfiends. What if there was more than a single Bloodfiend in our board? One still capable of rational thought.
Damn, we actually made it all the way back here. I guess the Wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I fought to my damnness too.
Till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these swarms left. Kinda funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. Told him that, Don Quixote, watch out! I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence.
Ah! What? What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me.
I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti.
Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee, to be the first of many since my escape, for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build my dynasty of my own, my family, in the birthplace of our dynasty. Lord Mo, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you had commanded me, but the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first class car.
Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A kindred to a bloodfiend is like a sub-entity, similar to sub-entities created by distortions of abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe that's probably what was going on in my head before I became a kindred, yes. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time, as his underling. Even ere then, when we first laid eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not it would have mattered if you did suspect me though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then, passengers who were under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Shh. Dozens of bloodbags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a bloodfiend, but this... I really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was a child. Yep, little Ron wanted to be a fixer if she got to grow up. Good thing she won, though. Can't tell you in good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that is life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy vile tongue! Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer? An enactor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha the time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Alright, so the count is on round 2, I suppose. Probably with Sasha. Oh, now I'm actually doing this. 12, 7, 7, 7, 11. Nice track though.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어!
피어나라.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Does this say anything if I ignore it? No, okay, I can just ignore it.
키워보지.
자, 다음은 어디요?
맘.
God dang it, Hongu.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로
Oh,
기계는 입에 발린 말다리 쉽게 하지 않아요.
I wish it told you how many more reinforcements are going to show up. Fifteen, 17.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
저기 있습니다.
다음은 어디요?
재밌네요.
Do it again.
너무 쉽군요.
Wait,
벌써 끝나간
what the fuck
맘.
is that? Well, that was kind of a waste.
다시 못 살게 구는 일은 없을 것이요.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Oh, there they are.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
There's just Sasha and a passenger. Alright, activate prosthesis. 10 plus charge, consume 3 charge to gain plus 1 coin power, 15 charge, consume 3 additional charge to deal bonus damage. If 5 or less charge counts, lose 10 HP and gain plus 5 charge counts. Hard blood reflux, 10 charge, consume, gain combat power, bonus damage, lose 10 HP. Consume 10 HP on self to gain plus 15 charge. Base power plus 1 for every 3 bleed on self. 10 charge, consume 3 to gain power, bonus damage, lose 10 HP. Okay. So your abilities do mostly the same thing, they just have different numbers. Panic, reset speed to 0. Gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Coagulated blood. Okay, so this is the same. Attack power, clash power. Young Kindred. Take 3% less damage from bleed. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 25% damage. Okay. Fuck her up, Don. Are you in? No, you're not in fuck up range yet. $15, 17.
끝낸다.
Fuck her up, Don.
개체의 유효한 속성을
Not full
정확하게
hit, but still pretty
간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아 다행이군요.
Okay, so I can just go ham and Sasha.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠. 이런 과정들을 통틀어 신뢰라고 부른다고 하더군요. 긍정적인 변화네요.
키워보지.
맘.
Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization. Is this bumbling fool?
I pray for your forgiveness, my parent.
Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child.
What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out towards the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Yeah, figured. Wait a minute. That's giving me PTSD.
Oh, what abundance. I had nearly forgotten this sensation.
An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Blood Fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. Wait, so was Elena just straight up a Blood Fiend? I thought she was a distortion. Or was she a distorted Blood Fiend? It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Yeah, I can see fast.
Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, rebels. Challenge thy king.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다.
Cassetti.
만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더
Level for
쾌활한
me.
성격이었다면
Bonus power from
당신과
bleed.
하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도
This power
모르겠네요.
plus 1 for the bleed. No observation logs yet. Stored blood. At turn end, depending on the stored blood value on itself. At a value lesser or equal to 5, stored blood gain 1 fine, fragile, and offense double down. Next turn for every stored blood lost. At a value greater than 5, gain 2 offense level up and 2 defense level up for every excess value. So 5 is like the standard. Below you get debuffed, above you get buffed. Hard Blood Glaive prioritizes targets with highest sum of bleed, potency, and count on hit. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 2% health. Sanguine Bore, Coagulation. When this unit has bleed, gain 1 offense level up and 1 defense level up for every 5 bleed up to 10. Gain Clash Power for every bleed up to 5. For every 10 bleed up to 5. Take 50% less damage from bleed, rounded down. This unit's panic type does not change when inflicted with an effect that changes panic type. Right. If in panic, reset is plus 0. Okay. Oh. Rio. Fuck him up. I should probably save this for stronger attack actually.
공격 범위 확인.
Fuck.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도
away.
아니잖아요.
And there's some bleed. Alright, so far nobody else bleed. So. And also weak to envy. Oof. That's terrible news for you.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어. 자,
Right, the parade's prince. Gain attack weight equal to the number of targets with bleed, which I currently don't have. Target has 4 bleed, has a base power +1. Target has 3 bleed, coin power +1. On a clash lose 1 stored blood. Should be at 5, I think. Oh, that's at 1. Oh. Well, sorry about that. Also, Bloodthirst. What that do? Gain 1 fragile and damage up. Okay. Well, this is gonna hurt.
피워보지.
Nice. Fuck him up, Rio.
방금 했던 공격은 매우
Weird that I don't get the
효과적이었어.
alarms anymore.
하지만 아직 부족해. 다음 공격은 더 잘할 수 있도록. 헛!
파도가 밀려올 것만 같은 그런 냄새가 나요.
Okay, you're doing some bullshit. Unclashable. I am the prince of the parade. Double the amount healed by hard blood. Wave. Reset speed to 0. Gain 10 stored blood. Does not get staggered. This turn ends turn after using the skill. So I basically can't do shit. Inflict 2 bleed and 1 bleed count. The count matters. Right. I think I can just defend with everyone. Yeah, because I can flash it. Where's that slash? But this is a counter anyway.
단번에 끝낸다.
The only one he hit is Roddy, I'm pretty sure.
어떤 시간과 공간에 계시는 관리자님이 들을진 몰라도 그때를 위해서 미리 음원을 녹음해야 한다는 거군요. 아, 이런. 이것도 녹음되고 있는지는 미처 몰랐네요.
Ah, blood, bleed. There goes 8 bleed, coin power plus 1. Flash lethal, store blood. Inflict 5 bleed and 3 count. There has 10 more bleed, deals more damage, store blood. Okay. Can you freak him up? Nope. I could use Ego this son of a bitch.
피워보지. 이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Okay.
최선을 다해보지. 아이, 방금 벌레 말은 듣지
Alright.
않는 사람 누구야?
Now done. Blood.
단번에 끝낸다. 핫차!
Very nice.
방금 공격은 좋았어. 이대로만 계속해보면 좋을 텐데.
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자. 저것들 행동거지가 심상치 않은데 넋 놓고 있다가는 흑되게 당할지도 몰라.
Never going back. Gas power, coin power, more dimension bleed, one mana here. To attack gain 10 stored blood. Rio can't do that yet. Actually, she could, she's just gonna take a bit of damage.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Wait, did I stagger? I
피어나.
think I staggered him.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Very nice.
유효타 좋아. 계속
Alright.
집중하지.
I suppose that was it. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood. But this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we turn to pieces. This... I don't know if we can... The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of the warp train was proving to be a significant help to the Bloodfiend's regenerative ability. This fight's been dragging on even longer than our battles at the K-Corp border checkpoint, or the basement of Wuthering Heights. I knew that the Cinders had all grown stronger since then, but I felt as though I stood before an impenetrable wall. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Bloodfiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre, thou rot. Shut up, you! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to survive on that disgusting blood for 200. No, I don't even want to think about it. Shut up. Be quiet. No, I'm sorry. Please, 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 just let me have a sip. Just a smothered sip. Please. It's all useless. No matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush. Hey, she said my thing. Never to become whole again. But the Bloodfiend's regeneration is powerful. He's regenerating as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... my kindred. My child. I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities.
The blessing of a parent must be repaid, no? What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait.
I think I have an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. Is that the way they fight? Reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Question mark? Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they've multiple lives to burn through. Exclamation point! With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the master card key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Exclamation point! Don Quixote, stop her, now! Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you. Gah! Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mersault, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for its strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of bloodbags to bring glory to the kingdom. No, don't do that. Cassetti examines the master keycard with a clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe myself to be trying my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of this circumstance has greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this obstacle, Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. It must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions of her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking about the same thing about myself, actually. I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still give us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus, the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop. Stop doing that. Just stop it, alright? Don't heal a single one of them. Or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. My throat. Manager Esquire. Compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur. I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. Only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I will make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be absolutely exhausted up there under unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place, without the sinners, must have been a sweet one.
Just the two of you, huh?
Yes, the freight car is immediately
Freight car, that's what I was thinking about that I...
completely forgot. It's immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we each have to offer to one another.
That clock must be thy monarch then, hmm? And thou art one of the retainers.
Correct.
Very well. This will be a royal debate then. It is only right that royalty talks to no one else but the other one who is equal.
Manager, Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners, and Don Quixote watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble.
What?
With that, the door closed shut behind us. We gambling?
Sure about
훌륭한
Rhodia, even her
전시회였어.
corpse.
이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Oh! There is another part. Interesting. Negotiation. Wait, is there even anything else that I want? Well, I want everything, but not right now. The negotiation. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles.
This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon, or create a kindred here.
Dante. The connection has been restored.
Connection?
The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust.
You got Wi-Fi again? This is your router? Did you know this would work?
No, and as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypotheses. This success helped me somewhat comprehend Miss Rhodia's fascination with gambling. A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the blood fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the master keycard?
If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible. And thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live where here, happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they were supposed to be. How's that for a deal?
Like nothing happened. First, what about the job that we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news, whether one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest cent, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train? And its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this! Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the plane to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her! Again! What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome eons should it mean eons of penance for thee. This much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wiggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. I do respect her though. It's like, oh, we're gonna spend an eternity together? I'm gonna turn this eternity into hell for you. Just because. For you and specifically you. I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with Don Quixote. Fast! Unhand me! Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire! Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is not a solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom. Faust, Manager Esquire, is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain, and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait! Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. But we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions for creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become the second kindred of mine. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps into Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs, before we even had the chance to do anything. Wait. Can't we just let Don Quixote take the key as a kindred and then turn back the clock, and then she's not the kindred anymore? Exclamation point. Oh, I did not expect for this to be the solution. Fast? What do you mean the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Oh! Don Quixote levitates lightly in the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. Oh no! She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... Ah! Rocinante! I've always had this question thrilling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy. No matter the brutality of trails that had struck me, he had been a loyal steed by my side for however long it had been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them? Ah, Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This might be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. No, I think I'm good. Aha, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they may appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as small girl. Evacuate. Evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those Rocinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as the Manager Esquire would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I did not mention that was the question, inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need or want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes. Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Taken them off? Fie! Whatever dost thou mean? As in detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou maketh. Wait a fucking minute. Are they prosthetics? She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. No! That's impossible! In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. Wait, is that Don Quixote with long hair? Or is that Sasha? Or is that Cassetti and this is Don? I have no idea what's going on. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering aura I think I saw red eyes. It's not Virgilius, I don't think.
Oh, no, yep, it's straight up done. Just demon done. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. Oh. It speaks towards the lesser being. The bloodfiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor. I beg for mercy of the second kindred. I beg for mercy of the second kindred. I beg. Insolent worm.
Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the bloodfiend's mouth, before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
No language worming its way out of the maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a thick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Wait, the sun? Oh, like the ice cream melting, okay.
You.
Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
Indeed. You must be the promised timepiece.
Something I couldn't quite understand.
Rocinante, to me.
Rocinante.
I beseech you.
What? I carefully reached out and grabbed her shoes and slipped them into her bare feet, one by one.
Ah, one day.
She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. What in the actual fuck just happened? Is Dawn a vampire? Has she always been a vampire? Was she summoned by the vampire that turned Cassetti? But she said Rocinante to me, so that implies that I was actually Don Quixote. Uncertainty indeed. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what the fuck just happened? In a way that makes sense. Please? I knew that the sinners would be all shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting obliterating remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Bloodfiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate.
I guess so.
Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them.
Wait.
Who are those 3? Faust. The manager. And Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh? Really? The 3 of you? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices, moments before my loss of consciousness.
Right, so what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold?
She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, Now she practically erased the bloodfiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. Please do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Pen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would fall on me. That's, you know... Wait, that reminds me. Where's the keycard? Last I remembered, it was in Cassetti's hands. Who is in a far more presentable state than he was before. Wait, so what about the key card he was holding though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melted with his finger bones, it appears. It appears to have become one with the middle phalanges. Wait. Oh. Oh no! Everyone calm down! Calm down! I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of those doors open? The master keycard is not an absolute necessity element to resolving this situation. What? How? It would require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format.
Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again.
You can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. As someone after me. To explicate, it can... grains of sand pull about my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago. Not this again. Faust explained the simpler gist of the plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by the A-Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously just gonna open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured.
Lass, at least tell us what's past the door.
I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected.
What? Oh, wait.
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts.
I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm.
Huh? Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes.
Got sand on my... Wait. No, wait. Is this a sandstorm? Aren't we inside the building?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm, before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had heard us and... So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it.
Whoa. You guys okay? How these passengers? We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer.
Oh, so you guys are the people our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh?
Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there.
Oh, that, huh? Never seen it in action before. Thanks, let me go check.
The hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at it the wrong pod?
This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate.
I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Huh, maybe you guys are just mistaken. I doubt that.
Yes, we must have suffered from a momentarily collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out.
I love that excuse. Ah, it must have been a hallucination. Never mind then. And then just fucking leaves. Oh, I'm gonna use that at some point. Foscom cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. We have arrived. Rise and shine, Les. Had enough nap yet?
I see. I will hear the details of the incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA and...
Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression.
I will now leave with Charon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space.
I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew what was going to happen.
Because it was a preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead.
Ah.
I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is.
That is something I have been aware of since the LCP was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius.
Of course.
However, it was by the will of the LCA superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment.
And that appropriate moment was back there?
According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action.
Right.
Though the full truth may remain obscured still, we are once again returned.
Returned? That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp train platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned.
Yes.
Faust replied to Yi-Sang's nebulous wording with quiet affirmation.
Please, do not take this query with any greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again?
Ah. She shot a puzzled look at Yi-Sang.
In any way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yisan mused ambiguously before leaving us. Whew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. But I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trail we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
How do we find ourselves at P-Corp? Wherefore is my throat so parched?
I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure.
Huh?
That vibrated the last few grains of sound out of my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There is no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where Pico was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Okay, so I've been ruminating something in my head. In the book, Don Quixote was originally an old, like, I don't want to say noble, but like an old wealthy man. Like he had a mansion and everything. So is this Don Quixote like originally like an old vampire? And she somehow got tired of being a vampire and deluded herself into thinking she's a fixer or something? That's gonna be wild, man. I can't wait for the next fucking canto. Oh shit. Well, I guess that's gonna be it for the side episode.
점심은 뭐 먹을까?
And I suppose that's gonna be it for me for today. I think the next episode is gonna be until October, the end of October. So, like 2 months from now. Well, we just gotta finish August and then September. And then October. So technically around 3 months. Because we're still early into August. Okay. But yeah, no, that was wild. And I kind of love that. Every second of it. So yeah. Thank you. Fuck it, I'm fucking flabbergasted right now. Thank you to everyone who stopped by. And I'll see you next time. Oh yeah, next week I'm gonna start doing art streams. Just for anyone who might be interested. And probably also playing, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing Hades actually, because my arm's still fucked up, and I'm not sure what to do about that. I'll figure it out and let you guys know. Anyway, yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one, I suppose, and have a good one.